Oops. Hello, everybody. Yeah. Yeah, he does. I'm online. I'm just waiting for people to come on. Yeah. Through choices and decisions. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 I know. Planted seeds. Well, it can be. You just have to make choices and decisions. That's okay. That's okay. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they can hear you. Yeah. Okay. I don't remember, but I remember them howling back. We did that at the house at Elizabeth too. Yeah. It's slowing down and taking the time to enjoy life. You should save 2 weeks. You should save 2 weeks vacation. Okay, this summer. and we can drive up to Alaska.
I'm not gonna drive up to Alaska, yeah, but that's crazy.
Oh no, hell! Oh yeah, but we could stop and see
I'll
everything.
take a trip to Dillon with you. I just want to camp and live
No,
life and
I challenge you to take a 2 week trip with me. We will stop in Yellowstone and the national park, Glacier National Park. We'll go through Canada and go up and go through. We can drive through Alaska. You'll love it.
if things go better in my life, we'll do that.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, right now, I'm so
I'm trying to
thankful.
save money up to get a camper.
Yeah, that's what life is about, is money. But I'll tell you what, that's why, even though maybe it was your last dollar when you were younger, you took us out to experience life. It's so big to me now that I'm older because, you know, we live. You ever read the Rich Dad Poor Dad? You know what? Sometimes maybe we live the poor life for you, but it's experiences that are.
You don't have to have money to enjoy life. Yeah.
No, that's why I need to understand now I'm older and the experiences you gave me when I was younger. It's so beautiful. It was so beautiful.
Like
And
we wandered, walked up the sand dunes. We walked up the river into the
we
frozen
had to walk
waterfall.
through the river. We
Yeah.
had to walk through the river to get through the sand dunes because
Yeah.
they had people watching. But that was so beautiful. Like, them were some of the best experiences of my life, and you know what? You gave it to us, and I'm so thankful for you. I just hope you know I'm so thankful for you, and that's why I love you to this day. Some of the things you tell me, or some of the experiences you gave me in life, it's just so beautiful, and I'm thankful for you. And the things you tell me today are, you know what? So what? Maybe every one of your grandchilds are pieces of shit, but I don't know. I just love you,
I
and
love you too.
I hope you know that I appreciate you for everything you've done for us. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Like
Yes.
whether it comes to camping or baking cookies, you know, yeah, I can't wait to bake cookies with a kid. Mommy, I wanted to do that with her nieces and or Matthew, whatever she has. She wanted to do that. I said, call my mom, can't get her recipes. At least somebody will get to learn it because
Yeah.
you've done so much good in your life. It's so beautiful. God, why can't life be simple like that again? It gets so frustrating.
You if you allow it. This is what I was telling you earlier. I allow myself to. That is so powerful, Gino. Instead of New Year's resolutions, I allow myself. You don't have to write it down, just say it.
Yeah, honestly, you know what? I asked myself for New Year's. I don't want a dollar for New Year. I don't want anything. I just want to be happy. And when I talk to you, I just remember all the good
I
things that you
allow
did for
myself to
us.
be happy.
Do you remember how happy kids we are? We used to swing the bouncy balls. Used to work out. We used to swing them at each other and beat each other up as kids. Make keys. We howled at the wolves that night or the coyotes that night. Now howl back. You had such a beautiful life, and it's so hard to go back to the basics. I honestly hope you have me on your channel now because I just hope that people get to hear the life that you really gave us
Oh,
because you've done so much good in life.
they're saying that you're going to make them cry.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I just the life you gave us was so beautiful and it was so simple and it was mostly to me it was just us. You know what? Us as kids.
Yeah,
All of us kids there together. Look how life turns out now. Like none of us even talk to each other.
I know, I
I
know.
don't know little Steven or I don't know Adrena, but I talk to Uncle Brandon all the time. He wants to bring that back someday. But I'll tell you what, you know who really did it? It was you. You made the effort, and
We created family.
you made your kids bring us over there for you to give us a good life. And I'm just so thankful for you.
Well, when you have kids, we'll make cookies with your kids too. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know you will. But I just hope you know that I'm so thankful for you because you've done a good job, bro. Like, and look at me, I'm a lost, grown man, and you always got me on the right path. with your words, with your wisdom. You're just so beautiful. You're just a beautiful person. And I'm so thankful for you. I hope you know that. I'm so thankful for you.
I'm thankful for you too. You're gonna make me cry
Are you
now.
emotional?
Yes.
Oh, you cry? And I know my mom loved you so much. And maybe, you know, nobody is perfect in life, you know?
No.
Nobody is perfect in life. But you've tried your best. And I'm thankful for that. I'm really thankful for that, honestly. God, now you're going to make me cry up. So,
Well, I did message L'Oreal and tell her you were on the way home. That I was holding you up.
it's okay. Well, we get a conversation together, huh?
Yes.
All the good times. Someday I'll bake kids. I'll bake cookies with my kids and I'll tell them, yeah, this is family cakes. This is
Tradition.
custom.
Yeah.
So you know you better leave me the recipe because it was so beautiful. And I appreciate it now that I'm older more than ever. The life we live, and life is so fast, you know.
But this is what we were talking about earlier. Just take the time to slow down and just listen to what the universe has to say.
Yes, I know. And I do, Grandma. Believe me, I do. But I have not given back to you. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry for that, okay? Because you deserve so much. You deserve so much, and maybe we'll never be able to give it back to you. But I promise you one day I'll put it down to my kids, and hopefully my kids do it back to their kids.
Yeah.
That's where the conversation gets crazy, but you gave us such a beautiful life that who knows if we'll get to live it again and our kids will get to live it again. But you've taken me on experiences in life that was so beautiful, and I just want to say thank you, okay?
You're welcome, honey.
And thank you for always having a conversation with me because it means a lot to me.
Mm.
Even to hear your voice and you guide me. You know, I'm not. You know, I was always Mr. Perfect my whole life, but I'm not Mr. Perfect anymore. But you guide me to be a better man every day, or every conversation we have. You guide me to be a better man. I promise you, I will together, and I owe to you, and I owe to our families. Thank you.
Thank you. And the girl said, what an amazing way to start the spiritual chat tonight. This is such an incredible, beautiful phone call.
Yeah, well, I hope they understand all the good you've done in our life. You've continued to do good in life for those who reach out to you. Maybe it's not all of us, but for those who reach out to you, I hope they're thinking a lot to us, especially to me and my brother, because you know what? We've always been two lost souls grinding out with ball, but you gave us some of the best experiences aside of baseball or football that we have in our life.
Yeah.
It's been beautiful. You've given us a beautiful life. You've taken us to do experiences that we would probably never have done in our life if it wasn't for you. And I hope you understand that.
And well, then we can still go do things. I just need to get past all this.
You know, I think that will make my soul happy if we do things like we used to. That'll actually make my soul happy.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, you want me to let you go to your channel?
Yeah, we can always talk later. But get home to L'Oreal. Okay?
Yeah, I gotta rest home to L'Oreal, but I just hope you know I love you, Grandma.
I love you too.
And make my soul happy to hear your voice. And thinking about memories in life, you just lift my soul up. Made my day better. I thank you, okay?
Well, you're welcome, honey. And thanks for.
Talk to you later, Grandma.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Sorry about that, guys. Wasn't expecting that. How is everybody? You almost want a son now, huh? This is my grandson, my oldest grandson. Okay, so Chicken just had COVID. That was Chicken, honey. Oh, teardrops, you and Tiffany are going to make me cry too. It's, yeah. Oh. So I always took all the grandkids to go do all kinds of things, you know, and I don't know. And we talked. Gino was funny because Gino was probably about 8 or 9 when he started. He says, Grandma, I want to ask you some questions about sex. You're the only one I could talk to about that. And it's like, what the hell? He goes, if I can't talk to you, who can I talk to? He was probably 9. It's like, oh, yeah. But I had 40 acres back then, and the kids would go out and howl at night, and the coyotes would howl back. Wow. How is everybody tonight? Oh. I was going to come on about an hour and a half ago, but then him and his friend David will probably be on here earlier. He's the number 33 Ultra. Okay, he's the number 33. He went to the pharmacy. I think he said yesterday he had to pick up some prescriptions, and he told her she was looking good, and and asked her how'd she been, and she said she was working out and enjoying life, and he was encouraging her. So at least I ask my body all the time of what's going on, and this is probably what's been going on for the past couple of years. Your body stores 3 to 5 years worth of vitamin B12, and when you get down to the point to where you are lacking B12 and you're not making enough red blood cells and they're misshaped and everything, then you get anemia and get real sick. So that's what's going on with me. So this is probably what's been going on the last couple of years. So at least I know what's going on now. So Chicken is doing better. He's back to work now. He works at the post office. My daughter had a hysterectomy. Her husband just went through, he's finished all his cancer stuff. So it's been an interesting last year. And I don't know, my daughter called me earlier and was crying because she had a bad dream that I fell. And she's telling me that I don't know how to ask for help. And I said, I go to the doctor, I take care of myself. And I listen to what my body has to say. But every day gets a little bit better. Still kind of weak and spacey and stuff. Not doing any readings yet because it just takes too much energy. But the spiritual talk we do okay in. So what's going on with all of you? Tiffany's taking a step back from Twin Flame. Okay, that's being an allowance. Teardrops, I'm glad you're feeling better, hon. How's your husband doing too? Priscilla, your 22nd anniversary. Happy anniversary, hon. Priscilla, okay, there's two things. If you tried Natural Calm, that helps with anxiety. And also the bubble technique, hon. Sometimes we forget the tools that we learn. So what have you been up to, Ultra? Back to work? Hi, Stranger Things. Hi, Ritika. Ah. Yeah, don't forget. Okay, Tiffany will highly recommend the bubble technique. She uses it for everything. Good. I take the time and ask your body questions, Darlene. Just be careful on the flight, hun. Make sure that you wear your mask, okay? So, when are you going to launch your little business, Ultra? Yes. So I was feeling really, really extremely uneasy. About 3 days, and then somebody posted on YouTube about the harmonic resonance that the earth puts out, and the numbers just went sky high. This was a few days before. It probably started about the 3rd, and then on the 6th we had all that stuff show up in Washington. Yeah. But the thing is, Ultra, you don't have your name up there. You're under Ultra tonight. I think you change your name once or twice a week, don't you, hon? So we're getting ready to go into Mercury retrograde, everybody. So secure your computers. Make sure you don't sign any contracts. Okay. And it seems like the Mercury retrograde shadow has started a lot of the computer a lot of things. Forgot what I was going to say. Trying to stay balanced, trying to I don't know. This has just been a period of time where I've had to work on me. Yeah. I don't know if Uranus. Okay. We are also having a conflict between, I think it's Uranus and Saturn again in the next few days. And this is what seemed to have started off the pandemic in the first place. Yeah, that might be why you feel detached, hon. So it's interesting to watch how everything. Yeah, we need Austin to pop in. I haven't been listening to anybody's readings because They're all saying the same thing, whether it's Libra or Scorpio. They're all saying the same thing, and it's like, I'm so tired of them telling me that somebody's coming back into my life. What's going on with your baby, Ultra? Make sure she's taking vitamin D, B vitamins. In a terrible mood. Put her on some natural calm. Relax her a little bit. Yeah, so my sun moon, I have 5 planets in Libra, and I have 1 in Scorpio, and that's my Venus. And they're all saying, I've listened for the past 2 years, Libra saying the same thing, but now Scorpio saying the same thing. It's like, what the heck? Yeah, the rosemary doesn't taste real good. I do recommend putting a little honey in it. Yeah. Did the rosemary help break up that phlegm though, hon? It may not taste good, but it does wonders for the phlegm. And it's full of vitamin C and minerals. Oh, you had an asthma attack? They've been telling me for 2 years that what's going on with me is asthma, but if I look at this B12, all the symptoms of the B12 deficiency, that's what it is. So the people on here that have done readings for me are telling me that my guy's coming back in the Aquarius season, which would be the end of this month, the middle of next month. But then this whole year is in the Aquarius season. You liked it with no sweetener, hon? Yeah, I think you did too, Elle. It's interesting because that rosemary, it just goes in and breaks up everything. Now, they've been telling me for the last 3 years that I've got acid reflux. My Scorpio is in Venus. Venus is in Scorpio. My sun, moon, and rising are all in Libra. Okay, so like I said, the rosemary breaks up all the phlegm. It's got a lot of vitamin C. Natural Calm is a magnesium. It's an instantly absorbable magnesium. Okay? It's powdered. You put it in water and it becomes like Alka-Seltzer. But it's instantly absorbable. And what happens is calcium contracts in your body. Okay? Magnesium relaxes. You have to have magnesium in order to absorb your calcium. Okay, you can get Natural Calm on naturalcalm.com, or you can get it on Amazon. That's the name of it. It's Natural Calm. It's by Natural Vitality. That's what it is. Natural Vitality. %90 of the population is lacking magnesium. So what I'm doing is I use that. Okay, they've been telling me I have acid reflux. What it is, you know what? Lack of B vitamins. if I take this, okay, just remember this, okay? I've been waking up with cracking and popping in my chest since I had the bronchitis. Okay. But if I take 2 of these B12 vitamins under my tongue, it stops all the cracking and popping. It's not acid reflux, it's a lack of B12. Everybody's different. Yeah. You get magnesium in your foods. It should be safe. It should be safe with the other mental health medications. It's yeah. If you know how to use a pendulum, write down natural calm on a piece of paper, put it in your, if you're right-handed, put it in your left hand, and then ask with your right hand if that's what you need. So I'm going for vitamin B12 shots, and I'm also taking under the tongue, okay, every couple hours, 2-3 hours too. Okay, if I click on neural balance. Natural calm is a little less expensive than that. I have celiac disease. So you heard what I was talking about with my grandson. I allow myself to receive respect from my baby. Instead of New Year's resolutions, yeah. Instead of New Year's resolutions, I allow myself to be happy. And it was kind of funny because David, the number 33 one, he's might be coming on here in a while. I told him if he ever surrenders to the universe, then he will start getting a lot of his answers. I told him, you're here to be a master teacher. And he goes, what? What do you mean a master teacher? I said, you just have to ask. You have to. He says, well, what do I do? I said, give him permission to talk to you. Kids, when they hit 10, all kids, when they hit the age 10, they get attitudes. Okay? They all, because they're starting to learn to differentiate from their parent. Remember that, Elle? Yeah, we'll just call him the 33. Well, that's like I was telling him earlier. I said, look at Tiffany. Tiffany's probably more intuitive than I am now because she's used all the tools to clear a lot of blocks. Yeah. Once they hit 10, they get attitudes. They start learning to differentiate. They start trying to form their own personality, their own belief systems. Okay? Oh, honey, mine are let's see. Steve will be 46 in March. My daughter that I talked to today just turned 44. My youngest son will be 28 in April, and my youngest daughter will be 25. Yeah, she'll be 25 in, she'll be 25 tomorrow. She'll be 25 tomorrow. And they all have attitudes still. My oldest one has very, very intuitive Pisces, but he thinks he knows everything. He tells everybody how they're supposed to live their life. Yeah, the oldest daughter had her birthday last Saturday, and that's one of the things my grandson was telling me earlier. She was crying last Saturday on her birthday because she couldn't spend the day with me. Your 19-year-old still thinks you're a weirdo? So my grandson tells me, we all thought you were weird growing up. She says, but you're more right on than anybody. So what I've noticed about Capricorn is the men are very structured, okay, and successful. But my two Capricorn girls, who are 19 years apart, are wild, very wild. But the oldest one's very, very responsible also. Yes. I allow myself to have ease with my teenagers. I'm going to allow myself to know what I know. I'm going to allow myself to live life with ease. What were some of the ones? Yeah, so my second oldest grandson is a Capricorn, and his son that's going to be born any day now is going to be a Capricorn. So my youngest son has a little boy. He just turned 5. Okay. 2 years ago, he started seeing people walk through the house. And my daughter-in-law freaked out. So my son, thinking, mom doesn't know anything, he messaged one of my friends, and my friend says, tell the little boy to tell the spirits, I'm too young to help you. You're going to have to find somebody else to help you. Well, they never told him that because my daughter-in-law freaked out and says, no, that's like giving permission. So it was interesting the other day. Now, their little girl just turned a year. Okay. And so my son and his wife are wrestling in the living room. My grandson was in the shower. The baby ran in there when he was in the shower. Now I asked him, I said, does the baby talk to you? And he goes, no, she doesn't talk yet. Whatever happened, this little girl told him somehow, and when he was in the shower, the mom and dad were wrestling or something. He got out of the shower, he walked in and he goes, Dad, what are you doing to my mom? The baby told me. So she don't talk at all yet. So yeah. So there's some kind of communication going on that he's not acknowledging. So I sent him some sage, and he called me and goes, well, how do I sage the house? Do I have to do it counterclockwise or what? I said, no, just start burning it and make sure you get in every corner, okay? Looks like we have a troll tonight. How are you tonight, Dave? How many drugs are you on? Yeah. They help her act a fool all day. You think he's on all of them? It's so sad that they don't have a life and they have to go in and harass everybody, you know? But you could tell her to tell him the same thing. I'm too young to help you. Okay, you're going to need to find somebody else. She doesn't talk. No, but she thinks. So call her guides in, okay? Call her guides in rather than your guides, hon. And you could also go in and put spiritual protection up for her. Yeah. So yeah, Brandon was real happy because I sent him some sage. I'm gonna go sage the heck out of my house. So Tiffany, you might get that book, The Dark Side of the Light Chasers, huh? And talk to her about the shadows and the. Good for you, Elle. Yeah. Good for you. I'm sure that he's one of her guides. I don't know if he did or not. It was pretty cold. He did it when he got home, but I was surprised because he actually did it. I got on Amazon because he was complaining that it was before the kids' birthday party. I don't have the energy to drive up 2 hours to Greeley. He goes, that's okay. Well, I'll get together when COVID's over. But yeah. Oh, you're funny, Elle. But the thing is, on the other side, there's no judgment because there's no right or wrong. It's only lessons. This is one of the things that 33 and I were talking about earlier. He listens to a lot of stuff by David Watts. And I told him there's no right or wrong. It's all lessons learned. That's why everything's a duality. But he kept telling me, well, this higher power is good and evil. And I said, it's all just lessons. This is called schoolroom earth. This is the only thing in the universe that has this duality. And there's a waiting list of souls coming in to experience what we're going through. So, okay, so this is one of the things that I'm doing for my condition right now. Okay, so there's not enough oxygen in the red blood cells. So what I've been doing is picturing a Gatling gun coming in and shooting oxygen into all the red blood cells. Okay, with ease. because I don't want to kill them off. I just want to. And then I was thinking today, well, after when I was talking to the cardiologist today, I thought, you know what? I need to be shooting out red blood cells also, healthy red blood cells. I know that I read years ago, either in Molecules of Emotions or Biology of Belief, one of the things that some of the some of the cancer specialists do is they teach children to go in and visualize. Okay? One doctor told this little boy to picture his body like a video game, and he was going in and shooting all of the cancer cells. Okay, so a lot of things that you see in the peripheral vision are also just shadows. Okay, because I was older when I had my first house, which was on a vortex. Everybody that came over was complaining they would see shadows walk through the house. It wasn't just us. So if you've got a pendulum, ask if you're living on or near a vortex. Because a vortex can bring in good or bad energy and entities. I told my son, I said, you're probably living on a vortex. I said, you were raised in a house that had a vortex, so it would seem natural to you. You'd be drawn to that again. It is a portal, but you have negative and positive vortexes. And you could go in and call in the archangels to retrieve everything that has come out of that vortex and send it all back in. And when that's done, you could go in and ask them to close and seal that portal for you. Or if you've got ley lines running into the house, you could put copper rods in. Hi, Beth. How are you tonight? So have her ask her angels before she goes to bed to help her remember in her dreams what her spirit animal is, okay, and her to be able to remember in the morning. I told my granddaughter that, and her son did it. And they told him, the way he explained it, they told him that he was a deer, and that fits his personality to a T. So, did he say anything about the smoke owl? Oh. Isn't that funny how sometimes the smoke just, yeah, the smoke just goes right exactly where it needs to go. So what is blue sage? What's the difference between blue sage and It's a purple tiger. Ah. What is blue sage? L. You told him you got something you want to say. That's funny. That is so funny. You probably needed it. It's supposed to provide spiritual strength because I have the blue sage and I have the Palo Santo. I know Palo Santo's getting harder and harder to find. I've been trying to get some seeds for the White Mountain sage, but yeah. I still need to do a class on the different colored rays. Archangel Michael is on the blue ray. He better help you with your taxes. Oh, yeah. I allow myself to be helped with my taxes with ease. I allow myself to deal with the IRS with ease. Oh, that's funny. I was not expecting my grandson to call tonight because we were talking before. That's why I was going to come on at 6 and didn't get rid of done talking with them till 7. So yeah. And what's interesting about sage is that they have noticed that sage also kills viruses in the air also. So everybody should be saging during this pandemic. You know, I remember reading an article about a man that went to visit the indigenous, some of the indigenous tribes down in Australia, and one of the shamans drew a picture of an animal that he said he had never seen before, and it was a leopard from Africa that was his totem. But the shaman had never seen one before. They had no idea what it was. But as soon as he saw it, he knew what it was. So it's amazing the things, shamanism is not bad. I'm just freaked out by my son is, his best friend is now a shaman and is teaching him some things, but this guy uses animal sacrifices. That freaked me out. But it's old time shamanism. And he was telling me the night that he told me, okay, he also told me that night that he asked me how my kidneys was. This has been 2 years. He asked me how my kidneys was. He said I had an electrolyte imbalance. And told me that you can't do healing work. You have to go through rituals and cleansing and this and that, or you could be drawing in the devil and it's like kind of messed me up a little bit. It was an hour and a half drive home, and I thought, wait a minute, what am I teaching? Okay, I teach it. Everybody's here to learn different lessons. Everybody's here to experience different things, to find their own truth. That's his truth. Okay, I came in to experience and learn different things than he did. So why am I judging myself based on his perspective, on his judgments? I learn stuff all the time, you know. I don't like sacrificing things either. Even I try to throw spiders outside and everything else. So, Tiffany, you should look up the meaning of a tiger, what the spiritual meaning is of a tiger, and then look up the spiritual meanings of what purple is. Purple is transformation and change. Okay? It's also the violet flame. And I'm sure one of the characteristics of a tiger is power. Okay? But she may have come in to tap into that tiger energy and make some transformation and changes in the world. I posted something on Facebook about a man that was lost on a hike. He'd been lost for a few days, wandering around aimlessly, had no idea where he was. All of a sudden, a cat appeared out of nowhere and showed him how to get out. No such thing as an accident. The little dog that had been in an animal shelter for 3 years, depressed, regressive, didn't have anything to do with anybody till this one little boy walked in, and then he got all excited. And the little boy said, "This is the dog I want." Yeah. I ended up with dogs. I'm allergic to cats. Oh, this guy that my son is associating with is a Santinistan priest. And it was funny because we were down in Taos, New Mexico, talking because my older 2 kids are Native American, and she was telling us about some of the shamans had got together. Somebody was doing animal sacrifices all over the reservation. And when they finally found the kids, they explained to them and laughed at them and said, "You think that that's power? No, it's not power." And they laughed at them and like shamed them, and they never did it again. I had a dream a roach was knocking on my door. Oh my goodness. Yeah. I know. I know. They it's tapping into it's tapping into the illusions of the reality. It's picking up, they probably tapped into some kids at school or something that were talking about animal sacrifice or something, and they thought, they gained power by it. But no, it's just everybody's different points of view, the things we've come in to learn differently. You've got to honor and respect all lessons, all traditions, because it's we all came in to learn something different. We all come in to experience things. We make soul contracts before we come in. Ah, neither do I, Snow Queen. So, yeah. I know. So it's just I've tried to walk through life with ease. I've tried to walk through life without hurting people. But we're always going to hurt somebody because everybody's got that different points of view. I walked through my whole life not worrying about whatever the people were thinking about until somebody started telling me that's so wrong, the way that people are treating you. Then you become aware of it, and that judgment creates an awareness of what's going on around you when before it wasn't bothering you at all. That's one of the things my daughter brought up this afternoon. I'm not going to let anybody talk stuff to you. But I could see that it doesn't bother you. Yeah. But it's just a reflection of who they are, not a reflection of who you are. Yeah. But you've got to be careful when you interfere with somebody being cruel also, because they could turn it on you. That's where you have to tap into your awareness. Sometimes it's better to call somebody else in to get involved rather than to step into it yourself, like calling the police or whatever. I read a story about yeah. I read a story on Facebook about a waitress. She saw a little boy. Everybody at the table's eating except for him. He had a sweatshirt on, but he had bruises all up and down his neck and the side of his face, and he's not eating. So she stood behind the parents and she wrote a note. Are you in trouble? Do you need help? And the boy shook his head at her, and she called the police. So there are ways of getting around getting the help. So, truth, Elle, when you look back at all the things that you've gone through, you've had to slow down your life. You've had to go through all these lessons. You've had to learn to embrace these lessons. This is one of the things we talk about, the dark side of the light chasers. Instead of pushing away the lessons, instead of pushing away the things that you don't like about yourself, embrace them and ask them, what am I supposed to learn from this? You know? Yeah, well, she found a way of doing it. She found a way of getting that little boy help. He was being abused. They always seemed to pick out one child. Okay, the stepdad was starving him. He was punishing him all the time. And the police told her that if you hadn't interfered with everything, the history of everything that was going on with this kid, it would have ended in death. We go through lessons every day, you know. Focus on the gratitude in the lessons. Focus on the gratitude in the lessons. Give gratitude for having the awareness to be able to notice those lessons. So, Snow Queen, how much do you think the past life could be involved in that? I wonder about that. I wonder, or maybe they came in, okay, and again, what if they made a soul agreement to come in and experience that? I was talking about that with 33 earlier, because we were talking about people that have come in to change the world and have been murdered. Yes. Lessons never stop. No. It's what we do with them. If we push them away, okay, then we're not learning anything. If we push them away, we are shattering our souls. We're not learning anything. The more you suppress things, but sometimes we make soul agreements to go through these things before we come in. And we pick and these people make soul contracts with us to put us through that. But this is schoolroom earth, hon. Okay, I can look at the abuse that I went through with my first two husbands. Okay, I was introverted. I was shy. I believed that if you love somebody enough that they would change. Doesn't happen. They put me through hell and back in order for me to go through soul growth. I had to learn lessons to stand up for myself, that I was strong enough to take care of my kids. Even I didn't believe that I was strong enough to take care of my kids on my own. Okay? The thing was, I was already doing it financially, emotionally, everything, because they weren't available. I just had to find that strength within myself to be able to do that. But it was soul contracts. Exactly. But you can go in and ask permission of the Akashic records a lot of times, okay, to amend the soul contracts. You can ask to amend the soul contracts to learn the lessons with ease. Oh yeah, I'm just amazed at the phone calls I got today. My daughter was crying. how much she loved me and appreciated me. And then I was talking to 33 and my grandson, and he was supposed to be getting home to his girlfriend. And we were talking about that stuff earlier. And then he called just as the chat started to tell me how you heard it, how much he appreciated me and how much they learned. I always tried to take time for family, you know? Yeah, they've set up some kind of program like that here too, Snow Queen. And it's kind of funny because they've done some research. A lot of times women will not do anything about their abusers until they've been abused at least 7 times. Yeah, today was an amazing day for appreciation from my family. Yeah, that one lady that called 911 and was acted like she was ordering a pizza. Yeah. That was one smart lady. Now here in Colorado, if you get called out on a domestic violence call, somebody needs to go to jail. Okay? Somebody's going to go to jail. It's mandatory. It never used to be that way because men used to say that the women were exaggerating everything. You know, and the police believed the men. Yeah. We've come a long way in the last, I'd say, since the 1950s. There was more awareness being brought. You know, women were property. They could be abused. Yeah. Just like that picture that I posted on Facebook. Every Christmas, the wives, this was early 1900s, the wives had to get down on their knees and ask their husbands for forgiveness for everything they had done to upset him during the year. Oh, hell no. I hope I wasn't living during that point in time. I might have been. That's why I had to come in and learn some of the lessons I needed to learn. You know, I may have been one of those women. But then, if you want to read when things shifted, the women were the priestesses, the women were the caretakers. Okay? Oh my gosh. And it wasn't until some men took exception to the Beltane ceremonies that they went in and conquered all the temples and made women property. And then God, the goddess, then became a god. Yeah. I needed in both instances to stand up and yeah. I had to realize that I was strong enough to do it on my own. That I could take care of my kids. And I did it twice, 2 families. So I've been single for 22 years now. Be 22 years in August. And like I said, it'll be okay. I started the YouTube 2 years ago, December 28th. And then I started. So I haven't even been doing readings online for 3 years now. It'll be 3 years probably in April. But that's because my twin flame came in and shifted something. So, Snow Queen, I allow myself to have relationships with men with ease. Yeah, I have 4 kids, 2 from one and 2 from the other. Quite an age difference. What gets me is I've got a niece that's got 11 kids from 18 to 6 months old. Never really been in any steady relationships. And I wonder what kind of karma she's working through. I went back and looked at some of my genealogy, and I was looking back to where some people had 13 kids, and most of them died before they were a year old. I wonder how much she's recreating having all those children to where they would all live. The lessons we choose. Oh my gosh. And I told her a few years ago, I said, I think she's 38 now. I said, do you realize that you're still going to be raising kids when you're almost 60? Oh, most people have their kids and by the time they're in their 30s or 40s, usually by your 40s, your kids are growing up and you're going to be a empty nester, But she's going to be raising kids till she's almost 60. So, Snow Queen, you need to clear that energy. I allow myself to find a loving, caring, lifetime relationship with ease. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I think Jeanette's 38 and she's got 11 kids. Wow. Yeah. I told my oldest daughter, I said, are you trying to do everything bad that you can do in one lifetime, but that by the time you're 15 years old? Okay. She thought about that. She did get pregnant at 15. That's chicken. Okay. She had him at 16 and settled right down. Settled right down. It just changed her whole life. I feel like somebody's coming to Elle. I feel like somebody's coming too, but I think it's somebody new. Or somebody's going to come back as a new person. It would have to be a whole totally new relationship because I'm sure that neither one of us is the same as what we were before. Snow Queen, I want you to put all those statements, write them down, put them all in the bubble. Okay? I allow myself to experience a loving, caring relationship for the rest of my life with ease. Hi, Reedy. How you doing, hon? Yes. Yes. Start clearing all that stuff, Snow Queen. Because those are points of view, those are belief systems that you're putting out to the universe and blocking wonderful things coming in for you. Yes. Good for you, Elle. That's what we're here for, is to help you get through all the blocks. Yes. Elle's the bubble queen. So's Tiffany. So how's the COVID situation over there, Riddy? England's back in lockdown until, she said, the 21st of January. We have gone from red level to orange level. The bubble wants to marry you. Oh. Okay, 21st of February, England is shut down. But people are being more responsible here in Colorado. Okay. And wearing masks. But I did go to the store today to pick up a prescription, and there was probably about 6 or 8 people in the store that didn't wear masks at all. We've got all the strains here too, hon. We had a little guy down here in Elbert County where I live. He was the first one in the state. He was the first one in the whole country to get the second strain that was going around. And he worked in a gas station along the highway. People are coming in with the mask, but they're taking them off while they're in there. Exactly, Tiffany. Exactly. If he's afraid that he's going to lose you, he's going to shift his perspective. Awesome. Awesome, Elle. Yes, yes, we're all going to work on that for Snow Queen. But first, hon, you've got to believe that you're worthy of that pure love. Okay? And that's one of the conversations I had with my daughter, is she was talking about how hard relationships are, especially since she married her husband. He went right away into cancer. They haven't had any ease in their marriage, okay, yet. And this is what I told her. I said, instead of New Year's resolutions, I allow myself to have relationships with ease. She goes, oh, that's just hitting everything on the nose, Mom. The thing is, we have to allow it to happen. I've been taking anything that has popped up from my twin flame, I'm putting it into a box, and I'm putting it into the divine's hands. Okay? And I'm starting to not think about him 24/7. So I'm ready to move on. I've been trying to let go of him for 2 years, but it's using different tools now. So I allow myself to set healthy boundaries. I allow myself to follow my intuition and knowing. Okay, Snow Queen, train your body to give you a yes and no answer. Sit down, close your eyes, and relax and think about something that makes you super, super happy. Okay? I want you to tap into how your body feels. Okay? Then I want you to think about something that either hurts you, makes you angry, or whatever. Pay attention to how your body reacts. See where it tenses up. This is following your this is your intuition telling you what's good and bad for you. So you could train your body to give you a yes and a no. Okay, body, is this person good for me? See where it tenses up. Okay, if you're relaxed, I had one gal, when I was doing a reading for her, I had her do that. And she goes, oh, when I close my eyes and I think about him, my body tickles. Okay, to her, that was a good sign. He was good for her. No, you can never totally disconnect from your twin flame, but you could let them go enough that they can learn their own lessons and you can move forward. The Four of Wands. The Four of Wands is happiness, joy, celebration. It's your soulmate. It's a marriage card. I allow my body, okay, I allow my body to give me warning signals if a person is good or bad for me. That's what we're here for, hon, to talk about tools to help us get through these things. I allow my body to warn me ahead of time if a person is good or bad for me. And it's okay to get flashes, Elle. You may not be doing readings anymore. Oh. I didn't see that part before the. And it's funny because I was not I was a little child in the 60s, but I was always like a flower child. I used to teach all the kids in order to take flowers. Okay. Taught all the kids how to make flowers and put them in your hair. Also like sage, like I did when that tax person came by. Yeah. Yes, we do want to trust. But again, I allow myself to have free will choice. Oh. Thank you, Elle. If I get married again, I probably will wear flowers in my hair like a crown. Snow Queen, teach your body, okay, and pay attention to your body. Teach your body a yes and a no. What's good for me? What's not good for me? I had a guy that wanted to come and see me one time, and I'm sure this guy was a scammer, but he wanted to fly into Denver with his daughter to spend Christmas with me. And I am a very sensible person. My body went into a panic attack. Yes. How much have you learned from your bad relationships? I allow myself the knowledge of what I have learned from my bad relationships. I allow myself to start new relationships with a clean slate. Everybody in our life has something to teach us, and especially about ourselves. Again, we have that free will choice. So, Snow Queen, get out of your ego. That's all ego talk. Okay? All of that is ego. Start throwing it into the violet flame. Start throwing all that stuff into a suitcase, lock the suitcase up, pick the suitcase up, throw it into the violet flame so it's transformed, transmuted. Write all that stuff down. And that reminds me, I think around the 20th is when we're going to do, okay, everybody that is doing the spiritual shield, I think on the 20th is when we were going to, the spiritual shields again. Exactly, Elle. Yes. Yes. Thank everybody in your life for all the lessons that they've taught you, the growth that they've brought in for you. How much did that book transform the way you see yourself and your relationships, Elle? It's okay to be human. Snow Queen, I'm going to tell you the book by Debbie Ford. It's called The Dark Side of the Light Chasers. Okay, I have a woman that is a therapist that deals with people and their emotions every day. Okay, this book is so profound. She cried through the whole introduction. And it took her a while to finish the book, but she learned a lot about herself. And that book is about bonding with your inner self. Yes. Everything is an experience. I'm that's one of the most profound books I've read in my whole life out of all the spiritual teachings. Okay. It is such a profound book. How far did you get into it, Teardrops and Roses? In fact, I was talking to my grandson and 33 earlier about getting that book and reading it. It's not just for women. Yeah. Yeah. I've never read any of Michael Singer's books, but I will look those up. 3 or 4 chapters in. But you know, like I said, how do you change the world? One person at a time. You start with yourself. Now, if you watch on Hay House has sales a lot, and sometimes you can get the audio book for $5. They're just an experience, okay? And how they treat you is a reflection of who they are, not who you are. And you can choose whether you want to experience that or not. It's like we have all this, we need to get past all the programming. Okay? Like one of my programmings was you needed, when you got married, you had to stay in your marriage for life. And if you loved them enough, they would change. You know? And that's not true. But that was a program that had been put into me, you know? Austin, we've been waiting for you. Yeah. Yes, we manifested Austin. I need to look at the calendar. Let's set a day. So, okay. So, sometimes it's hard for people to get together during the week. How about we work on meeting for the Shields on the 23rd. That's a Saturday. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. And we were going to look at Microsoft Works, but RM2's not talking to me because I was so out of it, oxygen deprived, that I said something I shouldn't have, and now she's angry with me. So, and I did apologize. It's one of the reasons I haven't done any readings is because I've been fuzzy brained. Well, it's up to you. Okay. We can do, okay. So I have Snow Queen's here, Tiffany's here, and Austin's here. Do you guys want to do it Saturday or Sunday during the day? Okay, but Teardrops, you didn't put your intention out to do the shields, did you? Last month? Or L? Neither one of you put an intention out, did you? Hi, Bernice. So Sunday would be better? Okay, so that's the 24th. And we could do it on Saturday? Okay, well. Snow Queen, when do you want to do it? And Beth, thank you. Everybody here is awesome. Awesome. And we do this every Friday night. So Saturday. We'll do it Saturday, the 23rd. And so I think that we have better picture quality on StreamYard. So I will send you guys a link for StreamYard, okay? Okay, so what time do you guys want to meet on Saturday? Don't forget, Snow Queen is in the UK. Yeah. So we'll do it again next year. Has anybody had anything interesting? 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. We could do that. The 23rd at 2 p.m. We love having you here, Beth. And I like Friday nights because then we don't have the readings, because most people just pop in for the readings. We talk about just about anything on here, Beth. And Snow Queen doesn't sleep either. Okay, so what time will 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time be there for you, Snow Queen? Yeah, this is like a family, yeah. And it's cool because then, we can talk about just about anything. Yeah, Casey, well, Casey's Tiffany's the only one that's besides Casey that is like 2 hours ahead. Well, Austin is too. 9 p.m. there, so maybe that'll be a good time for you, Snow Queen. I haven't even been looking at Austin's. I have not been doing. Yeah. I've been listening to Morris Invest. He's been talking about all the political stuff that's been going on. Him and Meet Kevin break down everything that they put into these stimulus packages, and they show you, they break everything down, what's in them, and yeah, pretty informative stuff. Oh, and I would love the tarot deck, hon. What kind of tarot deck is it? We're going to have to get together for lunch one of these days now that I used my stimulus, my $600 stimulus check to get my car fixed. Now all I have to do is get a wheel alignment. The Star Tarot. Ooh. So it's interesting because with this car, I've only had it, it'll be 2 years in May. This is the second time I've had to have the water pump. Okay, and the timing belt changed. And if you look, okay, because your car a lot of times can show some of the things that you're going through with your life. If you have a motor or a transmission go out, it's when you are going through some kind of major life change, like a divorce or major changes. Okay, if you look at the water pump, that circulates the liquids in the body, which would be like kidneys and blood and heart. Oh yes, Casey does have a heart of gold. Very positive, very loving. And I do have a tendency to collect. I don't know how to read them, but I know what a lot of the crystals' meanings are. Oh gosh, I probably have about 15 tarot decks and about 25 oracle decks. But I think the Star Tarot is one of the ones that I've been wanting. I love tarot decks. I love collecting them. And they all have such different personalities. They all have different personalities. They all have different stories. That's like with the transparent tarot. That one has a little bit of a different story. Yeah. I have some decks that I haven't taken time to play with yet. I have the, what's it called? Shadowscapes. That's a beautiful deck, but I haven't taken time to play with it. And I do have the Akashic Records deck. I kind of have a tendency to keep that one for myself, for readings when I do for myself. And I also have I have a fairy deck that I keep for myself. Yes, she is. She is well made and beautiful. Did we lose Austin? So this is something to look into, okay? Belly dancing CDs. Belly dancing was created by women, for women, especially after childbirth. What belly dancing does is it puts your body back in shape. It also balances the chakras and makes you feel good. Okay? So you may want to check into a belly dance exercise program. Or if we meet up for lunch one day, I can make you a copy of the one that I have here. And you could give me the tarot deck. Oh, belly dancing is awesome. Like I said, it balances the chakras. The belly dancing balances the chakras. Yeah, belly dancing's awesome. As soon as I start feeling better, I'm going to get back into it. I haven't even had the energy to do Tai Chi, which is a very, very slow moving energy. And I want to get back into the belly dancing. Yeah, it's been, I came on, what, about close to 7:30? Maybe he decided not to come on. He said it'd be about 45 minutes. Tai Chi is a wonderful exercise. Tai Chi is the best cardiovascular workout that you can get, and then belly dance is second. Yeah. Tai Chi and belly dance are both cardiovascular, but Tai Chi is a slow moving way of doing it. I love Tai Chi. Yeah, yeah. But Tai Chi is the basis of all um, martial arts. Yeah, if you hula, you can do belly dancing. And Tiffany is very tiny. She did the oh, I can't even think of what's the name of the diet you did, Tiff. But Tiffany, if Tiffany hadn't used a lot of the tools that she did, I don't think she could have. Tiffany cleared out of a lot of emotional stuff. Keto, yeah. So instead of eating a whole bowl of fruit, eat maybe a quarter of a bowl of fruit. It's kind of interesting because I have had problems with eating beef, and that's part of the reasons that I was having the B12 deficiency, because you have to eat like beef. Ooh, even just thinking about eating liver grosses me out. But I noticed that when I take the B12, then I can eat the beef. Yeah. And I'm down. I'd say from the beginning of last year, I'm down 9 pounds, 19 pounds. But with this B12 anemia, I don't want to eat. Everything just grosses me out. Yeah. So it was kind of funny when my grandson and his friend called me earlier. First thing they said is, "Oh, are we on the live?" My grandson's scared to call me now in case I'm on a live after we were talking about the pharmacy that one night. But tonight he goes, "Oh, I don't care if we're online, if we're live." I said, that's funny. It's like, yeah, energy shifts. Definitely energy shift today. And then my oldest son called me that one night to tell me that he was having surgery. I said, that's funny. He's got to call his mama and tell her he's going to have surgery. Yeah, that's what you were telling me, Tiff. Because I had a woman explain to me that when your twin flame does not want to do the work, when your twin flames decides to stay with their karmic, that the universe will bring you in another relationship that is high vibe from the universe. Yeah. Very possible, hon. This could be just as wonderful a relationship for you as the twin flame. And I think that's what's going to happen to me, is the universe is going to bring in another high vibe relationship. Because I really don't think the twin flame was going to be into all the stuff that I like. He's too, I don't know. I can't say that. That's putting a judgment out there. Because we had some deep conversations. Okay, but you've got free will choice, no queen. Okay? He may be coming back, but it doesn't mean that you have to accept him. Yeah, he's a religious conformist. Traditional, yes. we got in a conversation one night. It turned into an all-day conversation. He messaged me early in the morning that morning, and I always used to ask him questions. I asked him what his biggest fear was. Okay? His biggest fear was going to hell. Okay? And he just... So I was talking to a woman the other night. She keeps saying he's coming back, but he's going to come back too late because you're going to meet somebody else first. And so we had talked about, so his version of God is someone very judgmental, very strict. And we were talking about this the other night. I said, this man, I don't remember how she put it, but I told her, this man is so afraid of doing something wrong, so afraid of hurting people, that he has lost himself. He's always got to do the right thing, and he's buried who he is. Okay? And she goes, yeah, and sometimes people just can't find their way out from under that. Exactly. But it's all based on choices and decisions. If you don't like the way something is in your life, make a choice, change it. So good, Austin. Patent it. Sell it. And tell us about it. So we pretty much had that conversation for his whole 12-hour shift that day. But it's still, no matter whether you live in poverty or you live in luxury, it's still choices and decisions. Okay? You can allow that prosperity and abundance to come in. And yes, Austin, tell us about your divination system, your dice divination system. We want to hear about it. Again, I allow prosperity and abundance and money to come into my life with ease. I allow prosperity, abundance, and money to come into my life with ease. Yeah. We have to allow it. We have to get past the belief systems. We have to get past the ego. You know, that's like when Tiffany and I were talking one night about different healing systems. Now, this is something that can trigger some people, okay? Now, we're taught when you do Reiki, you have to use these symbols. Okay? You have to use certain symbols in order to access the energy. That is only a way to get past the subconscious mind. Okay? But if you call upon the energy, believing that you can access that energy, you do not need the symbols. It's just a way of getting past the subconscious mind. I allow to bring prosperity, abundance, and money into my life with ease. So this is one of the things that I say. I have much more than enough money to spend, spare, share, save, and assist. Hey, Angela, how are you tonight, hon? I have much more than enough money to spend, spare, share, save, and assist. Yes. And yeah. Money is an exchange of energy. Our culture, our world system puts a value on it. But what's interesting, okay, what's interesting is the money is shifting. Bitcoin is becoming a valuable asset. Okay? And Bitcoin is not secured by gold or anything. Good, good, good. Angela came up with her girls and we did some cookies here a while back. My daughter brought that up today. She said, good, good. I'm glad she got to experience my mom and cookie making. Did the girls cookie out? Yes. And you know what's funny is her little girl, her youngest daughter, okay, her youngest daughter, when she gets somewhere, she wants to go home right away. That night, she actually waited a few hours before she wanted to go home. So I was feeling very blessed. Now you're craving cookies. You did the new tool. Okay, what day did you use the tool on the stream, hun, so I could go back and look at it? I haven't been watching anything. So you missed Gino's phone call at the beginning of this live stream tonight, telling everybody on here how much he appreciated me and how I showed them all a different reality in life. He says I made a big difference for him and Dee. I know. He's just being hard on himself right now. Trying to be a perfectionist. He's funny because he says he feels like I'm the only one that he could talk to in his life. And I was telling the girls, I said, it's funny because I think that's been his whole life, because when he was about 9, he wanted to talk to me about sex. He goes, Grandma, you're the only one that'll tell me. And it's like, oh my God. How do I talk to my grandson about sex? Oh. You never know what your grandkids are going to do to you. So I have 4 grandkids that are older than my youngest daughter, and 7 grandkids younger than my youngest daughter. And some of my great grandkids are older than my youngest grandkids. Did your mom freak out, Tiffany? I didn't know what the hell to tell him. Austin, what day did you use the new tool on your stream so I can go back and watch it? You have an awesome week, okay, Beth? Awesome week. Oh. Today? Okay, I'll go in and watch today's. Yes, thank you for being here, Beth. You're welcome anytime, hon. Austin seems to be the only man that comes in on a regular basis. Have you heard anything on your apartment yet, Austin? Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, my grandson had some particular questions about things that he had seen. So it's like, yeah. Yeah, he's got a wrench. You're welcome, Beth, anytime, Beth. We enjoy having you. We enjoy your contribution. Hi, Casey. We've been waiting for you, hon. How you doing tonight? It's supposed to be 40 degrees tomorrow. Yes, we've been waiting for you, hon. We always look for you, Casey. Austin's here tonight too. Yeah. We're all here. We're all here, Casey. Yes, we were all talking about how wonderful you are. Yes, the gang is all here. Elle was here earlier too. Yeah. So today's been an interesting day. My grandson called right at the beginning of the call and was talking about how much he appreciated me. I didn't want to cut him short. And everybody was hearing all that. Yes, if we talk about bubbles, it'll bring Elle back. So how's work now that you're back, Casey? Because I know you had, what, 3 weeks off? Yeah. I haven't been listening to any of the readings. How is Leo doing? You're back and you need a vacation, huh? I told my grandson earlier to take 2 weeks off and we'd drive up to Alaska. Yes, yes, yes. Hope you guys had an awesome Christmas and New Year's. All of you. Yeah. You want to go to Cozumel? Yeah. There's a really nice place in Mexico. Oh, have you had any side effects yet, Angel? There's a really nice place in Mexico called Rocky Point. Because my former in-laws all go down there, and that's just close enough that Daisy can drive down there also. Tingling scalp? Ooh. So I would put out there, I allow myself to absorb this COVID vaccine with ease. Yeah. I can't do them. I can't get the pneumonia shots. I can't get the flu shots. They all give me bad reactions. But I do keep up on my vitamin D, my vitamin C, and now B12. He did say it would take a month of the B12 shots to build my blood back up. Yeah. And a lot of people are scared to death of the shots. I'd say only half the people that are there expecting to take it are going to take it. Make sure, because they said 80% of the people that ended up in intensive care were all lacking vitamin D, which is not enough sunshine. Now, in the 1917, 1919 time frame with the Spanish flu, they noticed that the people that were outside in the tents in the sunshine and the fresh air, got better and had less severe reactions to the Spanish flu. I haven't had too bad of maybe I just got a good doctor. The B12 shots don't hurt. Okay. Maybe it's just my doctor. He's really good at that. And I have to have them, I probably have to have them for the rest of my life now, because your body stores 3 to 5 years of vitamin B12. And once you get anemic from it, that means that it's really bad. Yeah. And it's funny because Chicken, my grandson, came down with COVID. His grandmother, his dad, and him all came down with it, but his brother didn't. Chicken works in the post office. Okay. And my other grandson works as he does furnaces and stuff. So he's outside on the go and stuff a lot. Oh. SPG block. Okay, I have had a spinal tap done. I have had a myelogram done. That is painful. Oh my God. That is so painful. Yeah. When the first myelogram they did for me, they take out spinal fluid, and then you've got a severe headache afterwards and stuff because your body's lacking that fluid. Second time I had one done years later, that one was water soluble. Even having a spinal, what's it called when you have a baby? Oh my God, that hurts. That hurts. I think the SPG block injection is how they went in and looked at her hips. They had to do something to her spine so they could go in and look at her hips. Tiffany, did you look up that homeopathy stuff yet for your pain? Ugh. I've had three COVID tests, and they've all been negative. Oh. Oh. That makes my toes cringe. Just thinking about it, Tiff. Now, one of the things that I found out that lack of magnesium, okay, can also cause migraines. Girl, you're making my toes cringe. That's crazy. Are we going to talk about all our battle wounds? Yeah. So I'm getting the B12 shots and taking the B12 that dissolves under the tongues. I have celiac, so that keeps you from absorbing B vitamins anyway. So Tiffany, I hope you never have to go through one of those again. I allow myself to be cured of migraines. Oh. Yeah, that COVID test is not fun either. Oh, hon. I hate to see. I can't picture you a mess, Casey. You are so. I know you get strung up about work, but usually you are pretty well balanced. It's not raining or snowing here, but the wind is blowing. We have high wind warnings. Yeah. Is it raining or snowing there, Casey? And what was going on today, hon? Were you grounded? It was raining earlier. What gets me is usually this is the time of the year to where we have the stock show. And it's always snows really bad during the stock show. This year we're running anywhere from 30s to 50s. No snow, high wind. Wow. Just be glad you have the moisture, hon. Just be glad you have the moisture. February and March are supposed to be our snowiest months. What did your boss say to that comment, hon? Try the natural calm and see if that helps with some of the anxiety, hon. You would think that you wouldn't have as many. It's the first of the year. You would think that all the meetings would have been held the last of the year. And we're having a lot of wind here too. Like I said, we're running from the 30s to the 50s. I think on Tuesday it was 50, and I think it's been in the 30s since. Tomorrow's supposed to be 40, so we'll see. Be grateful for the rain, hon. Yeah. And I have wind chimes. I can tell which direction the wind's blowing because, like now, the wind chimes are blowing back here and they're not blowing in the front. Oh my gosh, girl. They need to give you a promotion. That's crazy, girl. That's because they know that you can do it. Yes. And you're a mover and shaker. Casey's a mover and shaker. Just don't let them overwhelm you too much. You do have a voice. If you are feeling overwhelmed, then tell them. Okay? I allow myself to work through all these obstacles with ease. I allow myself to work through all these projects with ease. Ease and knowledge and understanding and wisdom. So that's the thing for the year. Instead of making New Year's resolutions, write down, I allow myself to. Very powerful stuff. And focus on the gratitude of your amazing support teams. Yes. Oh, I allow myself to work through all these issues and obstacles with ease. It will help simplify some things for you. I allow myself to tap into my prosperity, abundance, and money with ease. I allow myself relationships with ease. I allow myself to learn my lessons in life with ease. Life path number 3. I just listen, Casey. I just listen. Things pop into my head. All of a sudden, I just knew one day that instead of doing, see, L's back. Bubble L is back. No Bubble. But one of the girls called you Bubble L earlier. Yep. You just got to listen. It's just like I just woke up one day and all of a sudden I just knew that instead of doing New Year's resolutions, we need to put out there, I allow myself to. How powerful is that? You ladies are all awesome. I miss you guys when I'm not on here. Yes. Very, very powerful statement. I think it works through a lot of the obstacles that we have put up, the belief systems and the points of view that we have. It's a way of bypassing those. You know? We've got to get past that subconscious mind in some way. Oh, I love you guys too. A lot. You know. Oh, yeah, that's a good one too. For things you don't have control over, you know? Oh. But then we're fortunate that we have the free will ability to do that. Yeah, so today was definitely an interesting shift for me. Yes. Fudge. That's what I say. Oh, fudge. Fudge, she says. Ah, that's a good one. What I've been doing is everything with twin flame, I've been putting into a box and just putting it into God's hands. I should take it out of his hands and throw it into the violet flame now to transmute things, you know? That's a good one, though. I'm going to write that down. Whatever tools work for you, that's the thing. That's what I tell you guys. You know, I can teach you some of my tools, but question everything. Find out what works for you, what's right for you. Your effort bucket, yeah. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier. Elle has gone through, she said she's made peace with a lot of things in her life in the last year. And we all need to clap our hands for her. Don't put it in water. Don't flush it down the toilet. Throw it into the violet flame to transmute the energy. Okay? Energy cannot be destroyed, it can only be transformed and transmuted. Okay? That I do know. It has to be transformed and transmuted. So, yeah, I would think that if you put them in a violet box, that would also help toward changing them from frustrations and problems into solutions also. Tweak it a little bit. Make it work for you. Well, if you're going to put your problems and your frustrations into a box, you can make that a violet colored box. Okay? You could, and then it would be transformed into solutions, or you could take them, all your problems and everything, throw them into the violet flame so it's transmuted. Like when I do it, when I release stuff, I put it through a violet like blanket so that it's transformed, and what I ask for it to turn into is something healing for the world or for Mother Earth. Yeah. So I would ask for Archangel Michael to stand guard at your doors, or put a couple 10-foot polar bears on the outside of your doors every night, Elle. Okay? Or tigers. What, Tiffany uses tigers, but one of my friends taught me there's nothing more intimidating than a 10-foot tall polar bear standing there. Yes, Archangel Michael. Archangel Michael, I ask you to stand on the outside of my doors and my windows to keep us safe. Or you could put a blue light up, okay? Archangel Michael's color is blue. Yes. You could put a, in fact, everybody that works with computers, okay, visualize a blue light between you and the computers to protect you from the radiation and the negative energies and stuff. I think it's so important to know that we are never alone and that we are very, very much protected. I think that's so important. I had a friend that was given a list at a church on things that were evil. And one of the things they listed was meditation, and another one was calling on, believing that you could call on your angels and your archangels to help you. Yeah. But just know, Casey, that you have that ability to do that. You have that natural ability to be that mover and shaker and get things done. And your management is acknowledges that. Yes. That is so, so important. So important. I always thought that my main archangel was Michael. But then one night I saw, I had the dark blue sky, and then there was the outline of a black, like, pine tree. And I saw this blue light, very, very, very light blue light. The Archangel Michael is more of a royal blue, okay? This was a very, very, very light blue, and it was going up to the top of the tree. It got to the top of the tree, and it turned into like a star, giving out this blue light. And then I had been reading some stuff on Kabbalah. And I had another reference that day too. It was Archangel Metatron. Yes. 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 So that was interesting. That's how I learned that Archangel Metatron was one of my angels. Miguel, yeah. Yes. He's known by many names, but he stands at the gates of heaven with his sword for protection. That's why his blue light is protection. He's on the blue ray. He represents God's will and protection. Yes. That's awesome. I'd love to hear you guys' tales. I have not been sleeping. This morning I was up from 3:30 to 6. The night before I was up from 12:30 to 3. The blue behind me got brighter. Yes. So my grandson and his friend were making a comment earlier that I look like I have a halo. And I said, that's because the light is right above my head. I have some stuff on Kabbalah. I need to sit down. The Kabbalah is like, okay, it's like a spiritual business plan. That's what somebody else said. It looked like I have angel wings. It's funny because this one and the Phoenix both make me look like I have wings. Kabbalistic tarot cards, yeah. So the Kabbalah is like a spiritual business plan. Each one of the levels interacts perfectly, but yet they stand alone on their own at the same time. It's just amazing. Oh, so my dog sleeps with me. My bed's high up. She's older now. I had to get her stairs to get up in my bed. She used to sleep behind my knees all the time till I got her a bed. And now she sleeps in that round bed, or she sleeps on a blanket I have that one of the, like, fleece blankets. Yeah, that'd be cool. Elle. I I'm a little young to be a hippie, but I used to teach the grandkids and stuff how to string the flowers together and stuff to make flower crowns. And Tiffany's dog is improving. She might have gone to bed. Yeah, she's definitely. My lab slept with me. She laid next to my legs. She was never a furnace. This little tiny pug laying behind my knees is like a furnace. There's 33. Sometimes you just feel them. Some people are visual, some people feel things. So how's the whoopee dog, Tiffany? told me 45 minutes, David. Yeah, my lab was like 80 pounds. Yeah, you feel things. Hello, David. See, he calls me Grandma K too.
Text message.
Yeah, I miss my lab. My daughter was upset earlier because she says, "You live by yourself, Mom. There's nobody to help you, take care of you." She says, "Thank God that you have Tinky." Oh, those cards are pretty. Those cards are pretty.
Text message.
This is the deck that she's going to give me. So, David, did you have some questions tonight? Oh, yeah. Kabbalistic Tarot. Yeah. Ooh, those are interesting cards, Elle. I'm going to have to check those out. I signed up for some Kabbalistic classes, level 1 and 2, and that's about the time I got sick. I haven't sat down to listen to them. Yes, yes, yes. I got the two tarot, yeah, the tarot cards, and this is what the Kabbalistic tarot looks like. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah, that's the Kabbalistic ones. My camera won't do that. Yes, that's what I was saying. The Star Tarot. Yeah, those are beautiful. Okay. So, David, let's hear some of your questions, hon. She's got a half wolf dog that's got blue eyes. So that might be something we could talk about as I'm studying it, David, is the Kabbalah. Okay, the Kabbalah's got, I was talking about this earlier. The Kabbalah is like a a spiritual business plan. Are you going to let me show that one? Those are different. Okay, so let me get there. Iona deck. Can you see that? Yeah, your crate becomes the crate becomes like a safety thing for them. Do you have any pets, David? He's not going to ask his questions now. Yeah, Casey's got a couple little ornery cats. Now the Kabbalah is like I said, it's like a spiritual business plan. It works independent and it works all inter together. The Kabbalah is a very good structure of what the universe is and how everything interacts and is interdependent. Which Kabbalah? The tree of life. Okay? The tree of life. It's one of the oldest teachings we have. Your folks have a little black cat called Inca. Yeah. I used to have a cat named Muffy before I realized how allergic I was to cats. And he thought he was a dog. He'd either hear my car coming when I got home and he'd come running home, or else I'd go out and call him and he'd come running home like a little dog. Come on, David. Everybody here is waiting for your questions, hon. You always come up with such interesting questions. The thing is, people have these points of view, these belief systems that anything that is black is evil. A lot of black animals do not get adopted because they're black. Brought her home on Halloween of 2019, huh? Yes, black cats' lives matter. Yep. My little pug is losing her black face. I went somewhere the other day and somebody goes, "Is that a pug?" I said, "Yeah, she's just getting older. She's lost her black face." Yeah. So, how much has that cat changed the lives of your parents, David? I don't have Casey on Instagram. David, we're waiting on your conversation. We've been waiting for you all night. What does IY mean, David? My niece raises, the one with the 11 kids, she raises pit bull puppies. Casey, what's your Instagram? Yeah. Yeah. I bet that little cat did change their lives a lot. Casey, what's your Instagram name? Is it Happy Gemini 526? I didn't know that Casey had a YouTube. I live in my own little world. So I'm going to have to look for your YouTube too. Ooh. Yes. David, I have you on Facebook. Do you have an Instagram or anything? Or you're just too busy? Or you don't have a YouTube channel? Okay, just be aware, we're in the shadow period of Mercury retrograde. I was listening to one of the Morris Invest Today, and he made a comment. He goes, "We've already had computers go down and everything, and it's not even Mercury retrograde yet. So we're still in the shadow period." Yeah. Yeah, I haven't been watching anybody. I need to watch Austin and I need to watch Leon. I keep seeing the numbers 1010. Yeah, a lot of people don't like social media. Mercury retrograde. Let me look. Yeah, it's coming up any day now. Okay. Mercury retrograde, January 2021.
According to Allure, there are 3 Mercury retrograde cycles in 2021. They are January 30th to February 20th. The pre-retrograde shadow begins January 15th. Post-retrograde shadow ends March 13th.
So we're definitely, starting today. But I think that David's going through some definitely going through some healing. And and we talked about some things that he needed to do earlier. And he was going to come in and ask more questions, and now he's being all shy. Are you up for a promotion at work or anything, David? So it's from the 30th of January to the, approximately the 30th of February. Okay, so David, don't be scared to ask questions here, okay? Because the girls all love contributing to any questions that you have. Don't get shy on us now. So it was interesting because Gino called the minute I got online. Gino called and started out the spiritual chat tonight. Yes, I think so too. I think so too, Elle. Oh, yes. The paradigm shift here. Okay. Everybody we meet in our life, everything that we go through is all a lesson. Okay? Everything is a lesson. And I don't know so much that things do not happen without a reason. There's usually a reason, okay? Either we run with it, we learn from it, we expand on it, okay? And yes, and every lesson is a blessing. And I sent you that information on ordering the book earlier. Okay, I think that'll help answer some questions. But it's again, it's the paradigm shift. There's good and there's bad, you know. I'm sure there's a lot of things that happen without a reason, but I'd say more of the time that there is a reason for something, because we're that's what we're here for. We're here to learn things, okay? And if it happens to you for no reason, it may be a lesson that somebody else needs to experience. Because the world does not revolve around us. Daisy, how are you, honey? We were talking about Mexico earlier. And I was telling them about the little place in Mexico that you go to, because my farmer in-laws all like to go down there too. It's good to see you, Daisy. I've been waiting for you to call me. Her house, she remodeled her house. Her house is, yeah, Rocky Point. Her house is awesome. It's just totally gorgeous. Come on, David. Yes, and Yang messaged me earlier and wanted to know what time I was going to go on. And also, we're missing, I can't think of her name. Yeah, Yang is she's in quite a different, yeah. Yeah, and I'm getting real tired too. Is there anything that anybody wants, and why would they want it? And if they wanted, why would they want it? Sounds good, Daisy. Her kitchen is absolutely gorgeous. Her house is absolutely gorgeous. Okay, so that's a personal question right there. Okay, everybody has their own wants, their own desires. Okay, name one thing you want, hon. How much wood? Yeah, could a woodchuck chuck? Yeah, I think that I think what you need to look at, David, is you need to look at paradigms. Okay, you need to look at the both sides of the story. Okay, we have the good, we have the bad. That's like we were talking about earlier. The black, white, the male, female. Okay, and again, making choices and decisions. Everybody's going to have different truth. Everybody's going to want different things in life. It's And we talked about the meaning of nirvana. Okay. So, ladies, what do you think the meaning of nirvana is? Casey, you just manifest whatever you want, whatever you desire. I don't think he knows what his expression number is. I don't know how to figure the expression number. The facts of life song in your head? Yeah. To me, I still think that nirvana is finding that inner peace, that inner knowing. Okay? What numbers does he need to figure out his expression number, Elle? We already know he's a 33. Oh, yeah, he's definitely stubborn. Yeah. Yeah. So you came in this lifetime to manifest. David came in to question everything. That's part of the reason why he's a number 33. He wants to know both sides of everything. Nirvana is having absolute peace. So, David, tell them what your definition of nirvana is. And when is your birthday anyway, David? Are you a Gemini? Are you a Libra? Are you a Pisces? Because if you look at Pisces as a duality, Gemini is a duality, Libra can be a duality, air signs are duality. He's a Capricorn. Oh no! Another Capricorn. Is your birthday on your Facebook, David? Is to breathe out, yeah. When's your birthday, David? Let me look and see if it says. Nope. Doesn't say. Okay, we'll talk tomorrow, Daisy. David, when's your birthday? 30. Okay, that's a 33-degree Mason. Okay, the number 33 is a master teacher. David, what month is your birthday? And is it the first half of the month or the second half of the month? This is where his stubbornness comes in. Numerology number 33. When I was talking to him about it earlier. Okay, master number 33 means out of all the numbers in the world of numerology, is said to be one of the most spiritually inclined numbers. That's why it is also known as a master teacher. It represents full understanding before communication. Person is probably highly knowledgeable, but okay, yeah, but also fact checks before preaching ideas or ideals. This number in full efficiency is a sight to behold. Yes. Well, that's taking responsibility for your own karma and not worrying about other people's stuff. Okay. David, what month is your birthday? We're just asking. We want to know what your in the numerology, there's different numbers for things that you were learning, and and things you need to define and stuff. Okay. Oh, that's funny. Let us figure out your expression number. Okay. So nirvana, to me, the way you're expressing it, okay, the way you are looking at it is expressing your own individuality. Okay, this is one of the things we were talking about earlier, is surrendering. When you bring something in and then you breathe it out, okay, you're surrendering. It's not a place, it's a state of mind. It's a surrendering. Yes. And this is what that and we talked about this earlier. Surrendering is one of your challenges. You're afraid to look, and I do use the word afraid. I think you are afraid to surrender to anything that's outside of your control. Okay, it's been a while. Okay, it's been a while since you told us when your birthday was. And Elle's the one that figured out you were 33 in the first place. Yeah. You're holding on, so you're afraid to let go of control and trust in something outside yourself because you've been disappointed so much, hon. And at this point in time, if you would have told me your birthday, I probably wouldn't remember because I'm like oxygen starved. Exactly. It's the what is it called? The it reoccurs in nature. Okay, if you look at the plants, they spiral around into those numbers. What is that called? Uh-huh. So what is your first resistance to surrendering to a higher power? Okay, you could be a Capricorn or you could be a Taurus, I'm thinking. And those are both earth signs. Yeah, yeah, the Fibonacci sequence. Exactly. Could be a Virgo too. Those are all earth signs. Okay, I'm moving into a number 6 in a 5-year. A 5-year is change, change, change. Okay. David, when is your birthday? So we can figure out your. Okay. He is a hard worker. He reminds you of your brother. You'd rather leave it a The thing is, we're just trying to figure out what your expression number is, and it would be interesting to know what year you're in. So were you born at the same time as Nikola Tesla or same day? Yes, lots of questions. Questions everything, but won't surrender into the knowledge and the understanding. The man was a genius. George Orwell. Yeah. And how much visionary stuff did George Orwell pick up on? Understanding of how the universe works. You're always searching for answers, but you're asking all the questions, but are you listening for the answers? 1984. So what month and day were you born? That's funny. You've got all these ladies going now. What month and day, hon? It's interesting because with the astrology chart, okay, you have the different signs, okay. If EBE, I don't know what that means, hon. Okay, with your astrology, you have your sun, moon, rising, each planet in different planets, and those all are part of who you are. The moon rising that you were born in also has We're just curious what makes you tick. It helps us understand you a little better. It helps you understand yourself a little better. The universe is based on numbers anyway. So you've got your expression number, your birth number, your personal year number, all kinds of things, okay? What phase of the moon you were born in has something to do with who you are. Yeah. Gives us an idea where you're at in life. Like she says, if you're in a year 9, that's the ending of something. You're going to start all over again with a 1 year next year, and that's new lessons. Okay, the universe is based on numbers, hon. The universe is based on numbers. And you're throwing stuff at me and I'm foggy headed. Yeah. 369. 369s are, yeah, a number sequence, yeah. The the Fibonacci sequence, yeah. David, not everybody's going to get as in depth as you are, hon. I'm just tired, period. I don't sleep good and been running around to doctors all day. That's what hurts the most. Yeah, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5. Yeah, exactly, Tiffany. Okay, so all the men that you were pulling up were very, very brilliant men. On very, very, they weren't just brilliant intellectually, they were creative also. Okay, but I think you're stuck in the intellectual and you are not allowing the creative to come in, hon. You're so stuck in the question that you're not listening for the answers. Not the whole world is asleep. Okay. My theory is, okay, this is like the holodeck of Star Trek. You have your live players that are awake, okay, and then you have your supporting actors that are not awake. Some people are here just to be the supporting actors. You are awake, but you're not allowing the answers to come in. These people are here to play supporting parts for you, like your challenges with your dad, okay? Those are lessons that are triggering some of the things that you came in to learn, hon. Yeah, and Casey was taking a nap earlier. So we need to, okay, so this is what the Hermit card talks about in the tarot deck, okay? So it's December 23rd, 1984. So the Hermit card talks about if you have questions, okay? You have the ability to go inside and find your own answers. Okay? You have your own truth. Uh-huh. I think you're thoroughly enjoying teasing these girls. Yeah. There's lots of virtues. There's lots of virtues. Oh. Just know that for virtues, Buddhism. I'll have to look that up. Have you read any of Rumi's stuff, David? For planets in Taurus. I have 5 planets in Libra, and I am forever striving to achieve balance. And Buddhism is a philosophy. It's not a religion. Four virtues of the Buddha. Why am I here on earth? Can be, perplexing existential questions can be tackled by the teaching of true self. Eternity, when the Buddha preaches impermanence, he wants to awaken people to the truth that all material creations in the human world are not lasting, hence it is not worthy. Purity, let's see. Where is it? Purity and eternity. It's not giving me the definitions. My sun, moon, and rising are all in Libra, and I think Mercury and Neptune also. What is WOM? Okay, David, you're going to have to speak English for me, hon. Where is my... Oh, I can't even think. Yeah, I have 5 planets in the first house. Where is it? Natal chart. Sun, Moon, Mercury, Neptune, and my rising are all in Libra. And then I have Mars and Jupiter in Cancer and Uranus. And I have Venus in Scorpio. Wow, I didn't realize I had so much Cancer. Okay, yeah, women have an innate sense of the spiritual that the men don't do, because the men are distracted by being the protectors and the protectors and the providers. Casey, dramatic? Okay, Cancer is in. I have Cancer in Jupiter and Uranus. The fall of mankind is to me is tapping into the belief systems and the points of view that culture in the world has about the way everything should be, but yet your intuition is telling you, okay, that it's just an illusion. Jupiter, Uranus. They may get things you want in a very unexpected way. Jupiter and Uranus, yep. Wow. Okay, so this is what I tell everybody. Ask them on here. How do you change the world? One person at a time. Okay? You find your own peace, and then you spread that peace out one person at a time by saving your own child, by instilling that sense of peace, that sense of intuition and knowing. Okay? You open up avenues of healing, not only through your own healing, okay, but through the healing of your child also. You open up avenues and pathways for other people to find their own truth also. So you want to start with your own child, and then that energy radiates from you and your child. Right. But by working on one person at a time, you open up avenues for other people to make changes also. You open up avenues for them to get through their blockages also. So you want to work on what you have control over. Which is more important? Your child, okay? Because you have, that's more within your reach, okay? That's more within your reach, your ability to mold and shape things. Species or sex? Okay, you're going to have to, or love. Okay, everything is love. Everything is love. The universe is love. Love is the acceptance of everything. Okay? Love is the acceptance of everything. Let me look. Love is infinite, hon. Let me see. North Node. North Node is my true node. So North Node is in Capricorn. Capricorn and whatever is the opposite of Capricorn is. Intimacy is a connection. Intimacy is a connection with another person. Very possible. Yeah, that sounds right, Elle. Now I'm measuring. To me, that love is infinite, the universe is infinite, knowledge and intuition is infinite. It's only what we allow ourselves to have and to experience. We have infinite possibilities. What are we going to allow ourselves to have? What are we going to allow ourselves to believe? Okay. How many belief systems and points of view do you have that hold you back from learning all this stuff, David? Okay. You got your parental beliefs, your cultural beliefs, your ancestral beliefs. Okay. We need to work through all that in order to find our own truth. And we tried to work with you with cutting cords, but you said they were like steel cables. And Archangel Michael was asking for you, waiting for you to ask for help. Okay. But you didn't want to surrender and ask for that help. Because there are cords that are attached to us. Okay. That are our ancestral beliefs and our parental beliefs and everything. Okay. And we are multiple uncertainties. But the thing is, okay, we have, so this is a theory that I really makes sense. Okay. So far, science can measure that there's 64 different universes out there. There's probably more. Every choice, every decision that you make Every possibility that there is played out in one of these universes simultaneously. Everything's played out at once. That's why you have feelings of deja vu. Sometimes those touch. No, we can't measure unconditional love. Unconditional love is eternal, okay? We are unconditional love. It's all a lesson. It's all a choice, David. What are you going to choose? You're choosing to hold on tight. I think that you have so much, you don't want to surrender. You don't want to ask for help because that's out of your control. And yes, that does sound like ego. No, you just have to allow yourself to have a knowing. You do not have to figure out anything. You just have to allow the knowing. If you have to figure out something, then that's ego. The ego has to figure it out when the intuition has the knowing. And that takes some surrender, some having faith and trust in the universe. Yes, teardrops, you should make yourself a priority and then let that radiate out from you into others. Are you talking about the what's it called, the Kama Sutra? Yeah. It's interesting that they had to have a book on how to instruct you in how to have good sex. That's a choice. Okay? That's a choice. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with eating, drinking, and being merry, but you've got to also allow that intuition and knowing. There's a lot of cultures that teach women from the time they are very young on how to give and receive pleasure. Because even sex can be abusive, you know, and sex is a sacred act between two people. You really don't want to go out and have sex with just anybody, because then you're carrying their energy around with you for the rest of your life. Okay? Every person that you have sex with, you carry their energy around for the rest of your life. And I remember one of my kids read that and freaked out. She goes, "Oh my God, I'm carrying around all these people's energy." And that's one of the things we were talking about earlier is people World War 1985. Okay, so World War 1984. Wonder Woman. Well, the women, like we were talking about this earlier, the women were the priestesses. The women held the temples. The women worshiped the goddesses. Okay? Until men took exception to it and made women property, and we're still fighting that. And emotions are beneficial because emotions are expressions of who you are. But again, what kind of points of view and belief systems do we have around emotions and feelings and love and control and manipulation and how things should be? It depends on how much the ego is involved, hon. They can be detrimental if the ego is coming in and telling you that it's wrong, that it's not right, that you shouldn't do it, that anything that puts doubts into you, you know? To me, you start one step at a time. That one step at a time is the child. Okay? That one step, that one child. Okay? Ask that question of Martin Luther King's parents. Okay? Do I save the child or do I save the world? But that child grew up to change the world in one generation. You start to where you have the control, you have the ability. Okay? You can't go in and change the whole world by yourself. Okay? You need to start one person at a time. And that energy, okay, you find peace within yourself, that energy radiates out to other people. That's what I'm saying. When you work on your own child, when you save your own child, what's going to happen in that child's future? It could be a Martin Luther King that changed the world in one generation. You have to follow your intuition and your knowing. Oh. you can't shed off energetic patterns that are attached to you. Yes, exactly. This man changed the world in one generation. Okay? He was awesome. He made a huge shift. Okay? The parents worked on the one child. That child went out and changed the world. I know it's a quote, hon. That one child, that one person within their realm that they had an influence on that could change, later on went in to change the world in one generation. He's a perfect example of your question. So you start to what? Okay, you start to influence, you start to educate, you start to open up possibilities one person at a time. Exactly. Okay, so they tell a story about, I don't remember the names, but one of the parents, this parent had a child that almost died. This other person stepped in and they had a cure for it or developed a cure for it. Okay. And he saved that child. Well, that child grew up and eventually saved his child. Okay. So it's like a force of karma. Okay. No, I don't care what the species delegates. Those are belief systems. Those are points of view that are programmed into us. Okay? You have free will choice. This is where you go in and you find your own truth. This man, Martin Luther King, found his truth. Save the child. Save the child first, because you don't know what kind of influence that child is going to radiate out. Like I said, if you find peace within yourself and you radiate that peace out to your child, you are always also opening up possibilities and healing and peace, okay, by finding your own truth. No. You are programmed by the belief systems, say religion. Okay? Religion is a program. Your parents' belief systems about how relationships should be are a program. Your belief systems around money are a program. You know how they tell you have to work hard for your money? That's a program. We were talking about money earlier. Yes, we were programmed with belief systems, with points of view. And we were talking about this earlier too. Anything that is deemed different, okay, not according to their belief systems, is considered wrong. Anything that is different, like they're judging these kids that have ADHD. Okay, these kids are evolving for a different future than what we have now. Okay, there's nothing wrong with them. They are just different. They are they are ushering in a new energy. They are ushering in a new world. Just because they are different does not mean that there is anything wrong with them. Yeah. The Matrix. Perfect teardrops. This is what I tell you. Go in and find your own inner truth. Question everything. Everything. Even what I tell you. Love is the acceptance of everything. And how much love, how much unconditional love has that autistic child brought into your life, Elle? Hasn't she been a huge teacher for you in your life? Love is the acceptance of everything. So, David, what's the opposite of love? Okay, what's the opposite of love? Tell me that. She's a gift. Okay? She's a gift. She brings in unconditional love. Oh, no. You know what the opposite of love is? It's fear. Okay? It's fear. It's anything that holds us back from living life because it's right, wrong, good, bad. Okay? Anything that holds us back from living life. Yeah, left, right, yep. Republican, Democrat. And how much does the separation cause fear? Okay, if it's not this, then it's wrong. Okay, you can't do it. That promotes fear. That's a belief system. But that's the devil energy. The devil energy. If you look at evil, okay, evil is live spelled backwards. Devil is lived spelled backwards. Anything that keeps you from living your life is a fear. You have free will choice to choose not to buy into that illusion. Okay, and this is one of the things I was talking about. Some of the things that you were, okay. One of the things in the dark side of the light chasers is you have been taught what is right, what is wrong. So you take parts of yourself that you feel are wrong, that are bad, and you push them away. Then you're shattering your soul. You need to reclaim all those parts of yourself in order to find peace. Those parts of yourself that you're judging as bad, okay? Yes. The parts of yourself that if you judged as bad are parts that you need to talk to, you need to learn from. And yes, the devil was the most beloved archangel of God. This is what I was trying to explain to you earlier. We're in the world of duality, right, wrong, good, bad, male, female. Okay. Somebody had to act the part of the bad guy. Okay. Lucifer stepped in to act the part of the bad guy in order to fulfill, okay, to fulfill this destiny of learning of the duality in this world. Oh, yeah. He loved God so much that he stepped forward and said, I will play the bad guy. Sure, he did. That is unconditional love. I love you so much, God, that I will step in and I will play this part out for you. It's part of the duality of this reality. This is schoolroom earth. You go through by participating in schoolroom earth, okay? You are going through more soul growth than any other place you could be in the universe. You just need to look at it from a different perspective, a different point of view. And this, okay, so the story of Adam and Eve is just a story. So, okay, so David, I don't think you've been on here when I've talked about how the Bible's been changed over time. Yeah, it is a story. Okay, so in the 3rd century, we had the fire. A lot of things were lost. Okay, then we had conferences where religious leaders from around the world got together and deemed what was appropriate, what was true and valid in the Bible, and took a lot of the books of the Bible out. Okay? And then decided in the 18th century that that astrology was deemed bad. Yeah. So the Bible has been changed and manipulated according to man's will and programming. If you go back in and look at some of the teachings in the Dead Sea Scrolls, it contradicts some of the things that the modern day Bible says, and then things being lost in translation. Okay, if you speak more than one language, then you know what I'm talking about, because sometimes things are lost in translation. The meaning has been lost. It's like if you go back and look at some of the original translations, instead of saying fear the Lord, okay, yeah, I've read the book of Mary Magdalene. I have it. Okay. If you go back and look at the translations, the original translations from one language, yeah, Sanskrit. Okay, if you want to look at a Bible that's only been changed from one language to another once, look at the Aramaic Bible. Now, in one translation, it says, okay, the modern day Bible says, fear the Lord. Yes, there's a book of Judas. Okay. But if you look at the original translations, it says, love the Lord. You're not supposed to fear the Lord. You were supposed to love the Lord. And also, it's interesting. There's like 6 pages missing out of Mary Magdalene's Bible. There's only 4 of the original Bibles left, and they're all missing 6 pages, like 4 in the middle and 2 at the beginning. The light and dark is part of the duality. The duality is to help us learn and make choices and find our truth. Yes, embrace the light, but do not push away the dark because it's part of us also. We need to embrace the dark also and ask what it's trying to teach us. This is why I recommended that book to you earlier. Yes, because it is something there to teach us. You just need to ask, what are you trying to teach me? Okay? So I used this example one time. I was doing some readings and I got kicked off the website because some lady thought I was talking witchcraft, okay? But it's talking about the shadow side. The shadow side is part of us also. Yes. See, Elle read the book, okay? When we embrace ourselves whole, it will be easier to embrace and love others. None of us are perfect, but we are. In the eyes of God, we are perfect. In the eyes of other people, we are not because of belief systems and points of view. But the dark side is there to teach us something, okay? So here's an example, okay? So people that believe that it is wrong to kill for any reason, they have done studies on people. Thank you for reading it, Elle, okay? All I can do is supply the tools. It's up to you guys to use them, okay? People that believe that it is wrong to kill for any reason are victims. Okay? Serial killers have an instinct for people that will not kill to protect themselves. This makes them a victim. Okay? But if you believe that you would kill to protect your child or to protect yourself, then you're not a victim. But the serial killers pick up on the people that believe that it's wrong to kill for any reason, and that's who the people they pick to as their victims. Yes, we're the yin yang. We're whole and complete. We're the light and the shadow. And like I said, not everybody that is here is awake. Okay, there was no original sin. That is something that was changed in the Bible. Do you know what the original definition of sin is? Sin means to miss the mark. No, Buddhism is not a religion. Buddhism is a philosophy. Have you gone in and read any of the books by what's his name? I brought it up earlier. Rumi. It's a philosophy. What's the difference between a dialogue and a philosophy, hon? Rumi has some awesome insights into spirituality. Religion's a program. Religion was created in order to control the masses. Okay, the reason we started having religious, like Martin Luther in the 1800s, created rebellion, and a lot of people ended up over here because only the rich and only the churches had had Bibles. Okay. And if you look at the Catholic Church, it wasn't until probably about 40 years ago that they turned the priests around to preach to the people. And it was turned to English or Spanish so the people could understand what they were saying, because not everybody understood Latin. The churches now are more receptive to the people because they are including the people. They are talking to the people. Okay, so Martin Luther created a revolution because he printed the Lutheran Bibles. Okay. The churches didn't want the people to understand the Bibles. They had all the control. And it created a whole revolution. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Oh, you're awesome, Tiffany. That is perfect. That's perfect. Spirituality, yeah. All the Bibles have been changed, hon. Yes, Tiffany is amazing. I told you, Tiffany's probably bypassed me spiritually on a lot of levels. All Bibles have been changed. All of them. If you go back and you look at, so I use, if you look at the Aramaic Bible that's been translated to English one time, okay, it talks about how the Lord's Prayer has been changed. In the what they teach in the churches is it says it talks about I don't know anything about the Quran. In when we say the Lord's Prayer now, it says and do not lead us into temptation. If you go back and look at the Aramaic Bible, it says, and let us not be led into temptation. This is something that has been lost in translation. Okay, this is what I'm talking about. From translating from one language to another, things can be lost. There's been a multiple of things that have changed the Bible, and a lot of things have been lost. A lot of truths have been lost. Jesus came as a teacher. He says, you can do all these things, I can do as more. I don't know anything about the Ptolemaic Bible either. I was impressed with, on YouTube, there's a pastor on here. He says when he does Bible sermons, okay, he has 6 different Bibles. Yeah, exactly. Okay, he has 6 different Bibles. One's from Africa or something. When he does not, Jesus was not a Jew. Jesus was Aramaic. Okay? Yeah, he was Aramaic. Go back and read some of the stuff on him. Okay? He also traveled to India in the years that he was missing and learned from the teachers. You guys are all awesome. All of you. I love you all. But how much of those sermons on the Mount's also been twisted and changed? He says, you can do all these things I can do and more. Okay? He came as a teacher. He achieved Christ consciousness. Okay? And says we could do the two. See, the Jews don't believe that Jesus was the Christ because the Christ is a consciousness. See, look at your resistance coming up. Yeah. Yeah. I'd have to go out and pull the Bibles out. Okay, so like I was saying, this pastor, when he does not understand the wording in one Bible, he would pull out a couple other Bibles and he would bring it all together with the different meanings from each different Bible. Each one of those Bibles has a different way of interpreting what was the point that they were trying to get across. Okay? Jesus said a lot of things, but a lot of things were changed and manipulated because people wanted to control the masses. You know, if you sit down and look at Revelations and you look at it from a metaphysical point of view, it talks about the 7 candles. Those are your chakras. Okay? No, don't worry about the birds in the sky because you know what? They have total faith and trust in the universe. It's only mankind that has the points of view and the belief system that hold us back, you know? And you guys are the reasons that I am on YouTube. Yes, that's what I was saying. He's they have history of him studying in Egypt and India, you know? And the birds also have free will, yes. And I think I'm about ready to hit bed too. We've been on here almost 4.5 hours. David, we're going to have to cut this short for tonight. You could always come up and visit, okay? Or you could come up with Gino and we could talk some more. But I am, and he practiced meditation. And this is one of the things I was saying. My girlfriend was handed a list of things that were evil, and they had meditation listed on there. And he said, oh yeah, the devil's going to twist around meditation also. Good night, roses. Yeah. And it comes down again to free will. Okay? It all comes down to free will because the churches teach you that you have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Okay? The original interpretation of sin is to miss the mark. But that doesn't mean that you're going to go to hell. We live heaven and we live both realities here on earth. Okay? Yes, he studied many religions. And I was listening to a talking book on Anne, the grandmother. And she says they were Essenes, and they had schools that they taught people this stuff. Yeah, hell is a concept to control us. You know, because when you die, you go through a soul review. Exactly. Faith, trust in the universe, surrender to the universe. You need to let go of the ego and have faith and trust in the universe, hon. Yeah. I believe in a universe, but that's my point of view. Again, like I said, question everything. Find your own truth. We are all part of that universe, but there is a divine intelligence out there. But I call the divine intelligence the universe. And you know, I had an awesome experience, you know, because sometimes you're meditating and you say, am I really there? Is this really the truth? Okay. When I first got into the Akashic records, okay, when I first got into the Akashic records, it was warm, it was fuzzy, it felt like velvet. And I felt this overwhelming unconditional love. And I said, wow, I'm really somewhere else. And this voice popped in and said, indeed you are. Wow, that was profound. And that's what I said. I think that we are in a like a hologram that is like Star Trek. We have the people that are awake, and then we have the supporting players that are here to give us that experience. It's not so much fun as as learning, experiencing. Okay. Alan Watts is not the be all, the answer to everything. That is just his point of view. Okay. You've got to be open to other points of view. You've got to, I tell you, question everything. Everything. And that's what you're doing. You're asking lots of questions. If you look online, okay, look up on YouTube, look up Florence Scovel Shinn and the Game of Life. Yeah, the Game of Life. And she explains her version of the Game of Life. You know? Yeah, it very possibly is. Yeah, yeah. But that's question everything. Find your own truth. And once you start finding your own truth, okay, you are going to be an awesome teacher, hon. But you've got to trust. You are so, I keep picturing you in this little ball, okay, that you have control over. Good night, David. Love you too, hun. And I hope you'll come back again. Sloan's Lake is a nice area. Yeah, I'm going to get some rest, hon. Yeah, Sloan's Lake is a nice area. Are you going to look at apartments or are you going to look at houses, hon? You have a good night, David. Thank you for being here, hon, and contributing. Are you serious? Yeah. Yeah, you work some long hours, David. I still think that you should look in Inglewood and Littleton, hon. I think that's less expensive there. $3,500 for a 2-bedroom? That's crazy. I pay $1,000 a month for a 3-bedroom here up in Kiowa. It's in a fourplex. It's like a townhome. That's why I'm up here. I used to have floor to ceiling windows in my house in Denver. In the family room. Yeah. Yeah. So I still think look around. I love you guys too. $3,500 would get you a 5,000 square foot house. So, Elle, check out Castle Rock. You can find something to rent in Castle Rock for even less than that, okay? You could buy a 5,000 square foot house for $3,500. No, that's too much money, hon. If you want to pay that kind of money, you could yeah, check out Castle Rock. Check out Castle Rock. That's halfway between Colorado Springs and Denver. And then you'd be a half an hour away from me. But they have some nice houses in Castle Rock. Yeah. Yeah. You know, Roshni's looking for a house, and I was just amazed. RM2. She in New York, and it just blows me away. She's looking for $500,000 houses that would be a 6,000 square foot house out here, you know. Yeah, you could find something decent in Castle Rock. But like I said, Littleton and Inglewood has some pretty decent prices too. My oldest son has an 8-bedroom house. He paid $300,000 for his house. His payments are like $1,300 a month. Check out Castle Rock, hun. Okay? Check out Castle Rock. Castle Rock has a lot of newer houses. Castle Rock is an up-and-coming town. Parker, too. Parker's a little more expensive, I think, than Castle Rock is. But if you want to live in something that looks like the mountains with the trees and everything, then check out Elizabeth. You know, you could probably get a 4-bedroom house out here for about $2,500 a month. On some property even. Elizabeth is a beautiful town. It's on the high plains. Yeah. Yeah, expensive area. But I would check. Yeah, just look around, okay? Take your time, look around a little bit. You've drove through Castle Rock, so you know you've got that multi-million-dollar view of the whole Front Range over there. There's lots of it's a small town atmosphere, but it's a bigger town. They have lots of things. If you look at a couple of the areas down there in Castle Rock that are west of downtown, they even have places where they have lots of family activities and stuff too, that the whole community gets together and does things. Yeah. You'd be better off buying your own house. There's there's some brand new houses in Parker and in Castle Rock. They're running around 300,000, and they're like 4,000 square foot houses. If you want to buy a house, honey, Angel that was on here earlier, she's a real estate agent. Well, I would start. Yeah, I know you guys like downtown Denver, but I would probably start with Castle Rock myself if you want to, and then or Littleton and Inglewood, because they have a lot. They're real family atmospheres. You know. Yeah. And when Angel came up to do Christmas cookies, she was so impressed with Elizabeth that she's actually looking at houses for sale up here in Elizabeth. It's a pretty area. There's lots and lots of pine trees. It looks like it's like being in the mountains. It's on the high plains, and it's just gorgeous. They call it Tree City, USA. Yeah. Girl, if you decide you want to explore, I got my car fixed now. I know a lot of Colorado. I can show you some pretty places. Yeah, that's where my stimulus went. I had to get the water pump fixed for the second time around. So now I need to do is get a wheel alignment on it. And like I said, we can do some camping this summer. If anybody wants to go to the sand dunes, you need to let us know because we need to make reservations. If nothing else, Al, we can just go in and make our own reservations. You know, we only for the three of us, we just need one campsite. So, Steamboat's beautiful. Steamboat Lake. Yeah, it was the water pump. It was the water pump. And thank you for that, Tiffany. If you get a big house in Castle Rock, okay, you could probably have a home office in there. Yeah. And you haven't looked around for a car yet, hon? You need inventory space? Yeah. So just let us know when you're ready to start selling your inventory. So I'm sure everybody here would be interested in supporting you and trying out your products. Start visualizing the end result, giving thanks for it ahead of time. Okay, hon? Yeah. And ask the universe. I don't know why we wouldn't be interested in serums. Yeah. I could be a tester for you, hon. Well, you say you don't know, but like I said, I could be a tester for you. Yeah. Exactly, huh, Tiff? Yeah, she's got some interesting things coming up. Very interesting things coming up. And I think she's going to be very successful at it. Yes. So, what else is possible? I now allow myself to be prosperous, abundant, and have much more than enough money to spend, spare, share, save, and assist for now and the future. Yep, I know. And like I said, if you need a tester, I'm here. I can tell you if they're good products or not, you know. We're all here for you, hon. Aha. So, have you tried making some of your own salves and stuff from weed? Yeah. My doctor gave me some your own salves and facial serums and things like that. Cannabis candles, yeah. Yeah. I have to have candles that are scentless because the scents make me faint. Yeah, cannabis serum. Cannabis tinctures. Cannabis salves. Just like Tiffany likes the coyote salve. If you've got a good cannabis salve, then Tiffany would be first in line. Yeah, right. It's a whole nother market, but that doesn't mean you said that's not something you couldn't do on the side too. Add it to some of your creams and stuff. You're gonna make her a blunt, huh? Well, you know, one of the things about living over here is Colorado was the first state to approve marijuana. And they have quite a, yeah. Okay, some people, I figured out why. It shows us who the participants are, but it doesn't tell me who's watching. Because sometimes I think there's only been 10 people on here, and I go in and look, and like 100 people have watched. Some people just come in and listen and don't participate. Put it in the tarot cards, huh? I smoked one time and got drunk one time when I was 16 and didn't like either one of them. Yeah. Okay, ladies, it's been almost 5 hours. I think it's time for us to wrap it up for the night. And Tiff will get together on the 23rd. I take that back. I smoked one other time. I met this guy. He took me out. He had me smoke something, and it had to have something else in it because when I went like this, I saw a trail of hands. That was not just weed. And he scared me after that. So I didn't go out with him again. And I was quiet. I was introverted. And they gave me the weed, and all I did was talk, 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 talk. Worse than I do now. So it's interesting. They have like some of these places. I listen to my kids talking, and they talk about, well, there's a weed for this, there's a weed for that. It's called this, it's called that. There's one that weeds that are uppers and downers and stuff that'll mellow you out and stuff that'll hype you up. And it's like, wow. Wow. It's come a long way. Yep. Okay, ladies, I'm going to wrap it up for tonight. I'm going to bed. Gosh, it's 12:10. No wonder. Maybe I'll get some sleep tonight. You get what you get and don't fuss a bit. You know, I was listening. Okay, so watch the federal government. Okay, people are fussing because they're putting in approval of pot for, okay, in some of these stimulus packages. But the thing is, I think what they're doing is they're looking for ways to bring in revenue to help cover the national debt. But people don't look at it like that. They right away think, yeah, they're promoting drugs. Okay. But Colorado, it changed the economy here because, yeah, I think in the first month, they like made $33 million in sales in the first month, you know? So you might want to look in investing in some marijuana stocks. I know they were like pennies when they first started here, and I wish I would have got involved in them when they were pennies. But something to think about, okay? Okay, everybody. Namaste. Love you guys. So happy you're here. Yeah. Aha. Cool. Cool. If you listen to Meet Kevin, he talks about stocks that he invests in and what he looks for and everything. So that's just a suggestion too, okay? So everybody have a good night. Thank you. I love you. So happy you've been here. So happy we can do this. I love you guys, and you guys all have a good night, okay? Namaste.